45, 37 чи взагалі 17?
37 or 17 million. Why is it important to know how many people live on the territory of our state? Census is not only about the quantity of population, it's about socio-economical development, comfortable infrastructure, social payments, and investments. For 29 years of independence, census in Ukraine took place only once in 2001, even though UN recommends to hold it regularly, at least once per 10 years. Census of 2001 cost around 135 million for Ukraine. From the beginning of the census until the publication of its results, it took 5 years. Almost 250,000 of people of personnel were enrolled. Unfortunately, among all European countries, census in 2010 didn't take place only in Ukraine and Macedonia. And Denmark, Finland, and Norway did it only as register-based census. Many other countries use the combined method. What is the benefit of using registers? It's faster, cheaper, and more convenient. And you can trace demographic trends in real time thanks to it. What does Ukraine need to the register-based census? The reply: good quality registers, algorithm of work with them, and legislative base.
Виявити та полагодити слабкі місця у наявних зв'язок з унікальністю систему обміну даними та конвертації адміністративної інформації у статистичну.
And guarantee high quality and full confidentiality of the data. During November, together with best world experts, we have been discussing the experience of implementing register-based census. On the 9th of December, we are gathering one more time to discuss challenges and possibilities to hold electronic census in Ukraine. Good morning, dear participants. Welcome. We are happy to see you. Before we begin to work, I would like to give us the technical announcement. The floor is yours, dear Alexander. Good morning, dear participants. Thank you, dear Olena. I will remind you how to use Zoom platform to those who have joined us via this Zoom in the webinar mode. Everything is really simple, but just in case to make the work more comfortable, we will talk about it again. So first, I would like to draw your attention that we have a function of interpretation today, English and Ukrainian languages. In case you need interpretation, please find the button that looks like a globe and it says interpretation, and clicking it, you can select the language. And now let's go back to the standard panel of Zoom. As I said, it's very simple. The first is the sound adjustment. If you need to adjust anything, please use this button. Next button you see is chat, and we're asking you to use it. You can add your comments there, your messages, your opinions, questions that we will discuss during the panel of Q&A. And the red button will help you quit the webinar. And the most important thing is the interpretation button. So it looks like a small model of a globe. By clicking it, you will have a small menu that consists of 4 items. It's to turn off the interpretation. If you understand both working languages, you can just turn off the interpretation and you will have original sound. Then the list of the languages you are to select, either English or Ukrainian. And the last one is on-off original sound. Apart from the translation, Zoom gives the possibility to hear the original sound of the speaker. And if it is in your way, you can turn it off. A big request for you, just select the language that is your working language right away from the beginning. It's very important because in case if you choose or select Ukrainian but start speaking English, Zoom will not understand who's the speaker and who's the interpreter. And this will be not comfortable in air because both language will be heard. So please select the working language right from the start. That's all. Thank you, and I wish you a good day. Thank you, dear Alexander. I hope that everyone has selected the comfortable language for the comfortable participation in today's event. Dear participants, panelists, partners, and friends, we are very happy to greet you at online conference, the register-based census in Ukraine, challenges and further steps. My name is Olena Shevtsova. I am the Deputy Director of Administrative Department of the State Statistics Service of Ukraine, and I shall be moderating today's event. This conference is the concluding conference of all sessions that we had on the register-based census in Ukraine, organized by the State Statistics Service of Ukraine together with UNFPA. Forum takes place on support of media support and technical support of Arena CS. During November, during 4 webinars involving best experts, we have discussed conceptual foundations of register-based census, means, tools, and the key guidelines, and also started practical cases of other countries like Finland, Spain, the Netherlands, Estonia, Poland, Slovenia. Today, we have gathered one more time to discuss and form aspects of the strategy of move of Ukraine to register-based census on participation of all the leading experts. This conference you can call the most influential statistical event of the year, since it represents the unique form or platform for discussion of different statistic agencies, government, international and public organizations on support of the very honorable international experts. So we are grateful for your participation, because we have noted that the video for today's event, video announcement, was watched by a big number of people on YouTube as well. And before we start today's work, I would like to inform you that we brought some changes into our program, because the opening was supposed to be given to the Cabinet Ministers of Ukraine, Oleg Tomchinov, but he is right now at the working meeting, but he will join our meeting after 11, and he will give the greeting word, the opening speech. So right now I would like to give floor to the head of the State Statistics Service of Ukraine, Igor Werner. Igor Werner is the head of Statistics Service of Ukraine since 2016. And before that, he was the manager of the main department of the regional statistics. And he also, since 2009, he has been taking lots of main positions in the State Statistics Service of Ukraine. So the floor is yours, dear Igor Werner. Thank you. Good morning, dear participants, all the panelists and everyone who has joined us, and everyone who's watching us on Facebook, and all those who will be rewatching it. So first of all, I would like to thank all participants. You know that this online conference is concluding in the cycle of webinars which were dedicated to the studying experience of other countries on move from the traditional census to the register-based census. And I'm very grateful to all dear panelists who have participated for their open, accessible, and very informative presentations, which allowed us in a more detailed way to understand the obstacles that can emerge on our way, what we are to do, like on the first, on the second, and on the third, to start this move, which Ukraine is to go through in order to make this transfer to register-based census. I would like to thank dear Jaime Nadal, without whom it would be impossible to hold neither today's event or any other webinars. By the way, on Facebook, more than 6,000 people have watched our sessions. And I would like to thank Oleg Nemchinov, who is going to join us, as Olena said a bit later, for his constant support. Support not only on questions of holding all Ukrainian census of population, but also on matters of the move from the traditional census to the register-based census. I would like to also thank all the team, all the personnel of the Statistics Service of Ukraine who will further on implement all these gainings that we have obtained as a result of these webinars. So that's all from me. I wish all of us to have a fruitful work today, fruitful discussion. And today we have a very interesting also composition of the panelists. And I hope that today we will have a powerful, exclamation mark in the cycle of these events, which were before this conference. So thank you all for your attention, and I wish you all fruitful discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Igor Evgenyevich, for your kind words. For me, it's a big honor to give floor to dear Jaime Nadal, the representative of UNFPA in Ukraine. Mr. Nadal started cooperating with the fund since 1996, and in his experience of work, there is managing the groups of funds in the times of big political changes, and works in the national teams of UN to promote the agenda of 2030 and the SDGs. Before working in the foundation, he used to be the consultant on the initiatives of European Union on the regional development. And thanks to his management, fruitful cooperation between the Statistics Service of Ukraine and UNFPA takes place. So, dear Jaime Nadal, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. I'd like in particular to greet Mr. Igor Werner and thank Mr. Werner for all the very fruitful cooperation and really a most rewarding initiative that we have embarked together around this set of conferences, as well as with this, with under his vision and his leadership for putting the country on track for developing a registry-based census as soon as the country can, certainly, by 2030. I'd like also to greet and to salute all participants, whether they are watching us directly in Zoom or Facebook, and well, good morning to everyone. Dobrogo ranku. Again, I'm very pleased to welcome you on behalf of UNFPA at this digital international conference that we feel really and truly honored to have co-organized together with our good friends from the Statistics Service of Ukraine. Today's conference concludes what we believe have been a very successful series of 4 technical webinars that have exposed hundreds of specialists from Ukraine to the state-of-the-art methodologies related to register-based censuses as presented by our colleagues from the UN Economic Commission for Europe and Eurostat, as well as from the experiences of other European countries like Estonia, Finland, the Netherlands, Poland, Slovenia, Spain, and the UK that already use administrative data to produce population statistics. I'd like to also share with you that these webinars have been so interesting that many of our UN colleagues from Ukraine and UNFPA colleagues from Eastern Europe and Central Asia and from our headquarters have also joined and got back to us with very positive feedback. But why is this important and why are we doing this? Well, because censuses are important. And let me give you 3 reasons for that. First, because inclusive, effective, and equitable policies, programs, and plans, as well as the political representation, can only be based on accurate population data. There is simply no other way to uphold and to promote socioeconomic development, prosperity, and human rights than knowing well the facts about the people that we serve. Secondly, because citizens need good data so they can effectively interact with the government around objective facts and trends, take part in policy design, monitor the implementation of those policies, assess their results, and pursue the accountability of those involved. And this is a fundamental pillar of democratic governance. And last but not least, and just as it concerns the public sector, because the private sector can only thrive if it counts on a good understanding of the market demographics to guide effective investments and business development. Businesses, just as the government, depend on census data to make strategic and operational decisions as they plan what to make, who to make it for, where to market it, where to sell it, and how to adapt to the country's changing demographics. We at UNFPA strongly believe in censuses. If censuses are held regularly as recommended by the UN, which is every 10 years, population dynamics can be analyzed, trends identified, and projections made. Population dynamics revealed by a census are of key importance for policies on human development, environment, health, education, social security, energy, food, water security, migration, but also in terms of managing conflicts and for peace building, just to name some of the most important ones. The current UNFPA strategy for the population censuses focuses on the modernization of censuses, including the use of new and emerging technologies and methodologies, the use of georeferencing of population data, and making census data easier to access, understand, and use by everyone. Indeed, many countries have advanced in the use of new data sources for population statistics, among them the administrative databases. The new generation of censuses based on administrative registers bring many advantages. They lower significantly the operational costs. They reduce the burden on respondents. They improve the quality of information and the possibility of increasing the frequency of data collection and disclosure. But on the other hand, it also requires that countries develop robust, universal, and well-integrated administrative record systems in order to achieve a wide coverage, quality coverage of the most relevant socio-demographic information and the compatibility, of course, of these records with information to be collected via censuses. But when ready, when fine-tuned and good to go, the register-based approach to censuses can generate a huge variety of data that is like having a 3D model of a society, a model that you could turn and explore the way you like, nearly anytime you want. The census eventually becomes a virtual one. So having said that, it is logical that UNFPA has entered into this partnership with Statistics Ukraine to consider a transformation of the census methodology from a traditional total survey to more and more using administrative data to produce population statistics. We understand it doesn't happen overnight and requires tremendous efforts as the entire statistical system needs a major overhaul. A new legal framework should be established to regulate the development of registers, access data, work coordination, data security and protection. Appropriate hardware and software should be operationalized. Necessary digital administrative registers should be designed or redesigned, filled with data and quality assurance. Linkage of administrative records with unique keys across various registers must also be put in place. Sound methodologies and algorithms for data retrieval, exchange and processing should also be developed and adopted. And finally, such a transition would not be possible without support from the policymakers, the data users, and the public, and without the digital transformation of the country. It's really and truly a national effort that requires everyone involved. It has taken decades for some countries, but as countries have been progressing in this direction, they have been learning and improving. We are certain that Ukraine will benefit from the experiences showcased during the webinars and from the engagement of world-class experts to make this journey a successful one. And what I'd like to say, in closing my remarks, from UNFPA is that we remain absolutely committed to join Ukraine, to join its statistical service, and to join all other partners as we embark in this journey. I wish us all an interesting and inspiring conference. Thank you. Дякую, Juban.
Thanks a lot, Your Excellency, for your welcome words and also for your in-depth and comprehensive vision of those transformations that Ukraine has to go through. So we have the opportunity to transition to register-based census. And now it is a great pleasure for me to give the floor to a very famous professional, Ella Libanova, Director of the Institute for Demography and Social Studies of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Ella Libanova is a famous scientist in the spheres of demography and economics. She has founded a couple of new directions of research. She's also an excellent teacher and an excellent personality. Ella is also a member of the Intra-Agency Commission to facilitate all Ukrainian census. She takes an active part in developing the scientific part of the census. So Ella, the floor is yours. Please tell us about the census. Who needs it and why do we need it right now? Ella, your mic is off. Can you hear me now? First of all, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that a country is not a territory. It's not it's not a company. It is not a bank. The country is all about people. And if we accept this, if we accept that the World Bank considered that 64% of the GDP of every country is the human resource capital, 20% is natural capital, and only 16% is physical capital, then we need to understand that it is easier to find information than it is most important to find information about the population. Information about the population is the basis for many researches, for many calculations. If we are talking about the analysis of the current situation, for example, financial, economic, political, and social situation, personally, when investors from abroad came to Ukraine, created a company, an enterprise, and then they just simply lacked people who would work there. Then they understood that you can build a company, you can start a business, but if you don't have people, you need to find them from other territories or from other companies, or to find another way out. Ideally, investors shall get all this information from the state before they come and invest their money in Ukraine. The same goes with the forecast of development. All of us know about the pension reform in Ukraine. We all understand that we need to do something, that the pension fund cannot provide pensioners with enough amount of money. But when we plan some changes, we have at least to have information about the demographics, about the age, about the life expectancy at retirement age. Without this information, any calculations related to the pension reform are simply nonsense. There are a lot of sources of information about population. This is administrative statistics, data of separate registers, other data as well. but only census, no matter its method, whether it is traditional census or a register-based census. Of course, I am for using the registers because there are much more benefits to that. So only census of the population can provide comprehensive data about each person. Let me remind you, census
So I truly believe that the information that is fed by the Statistics Service of Ukraine is really corresponds to the reality, but we do not have the reliable information about the composition of population per the first or fifth group. That's how we cannot know the age mortality groups. It's not possible. We cannot calculate the age ratio of birth. So to do that, there must be some demographic registers or census data. So we do not have reliable information on the quantity and composition, even for bigger groups of the population of the regions of Ukraine. So it's not possible to build representative regional requirements. If this is true, then basically all sociological results of sociological surveys, they are doubtful to a bigger extent than they give answer to the questions why they are held. But this is not fault of the sociologists. They are operating with the information that they have. And the last thing, we do not have any information on the quantity of population of the separate settlements and communities. And if to recall, as a result of decentralization, we have changed all the communities in Ukraine. So we, of course, cannot send a good regional management, local regional management. And why did it happen? Well, the last census took place in 2001. That's number one reason, and many mentioned it. I don't know a single country which during 20 years could only use the information of the current enumeration, but also add here the events of Crimea 2014, which caused serious demographic changes because of the large-scale migration. And I'm not mentioning those who have moved beyond the borders of Ukraine, which also have to be considered. But frankly speaking, we don't even know who moved on the territory of the government-controlled territory.
Second reason, at least within the past 20 years, we see migration in Ukraine, labor migration. And we cannot often differentiate this migration. We cannot understand whether people have moved abroad for 2 months or 3 months or for many years. And we cannot even consider them citizens of Ukraine anymore or residents of Ukraine. The scale of migration is evaluated differently. According to our institute, it is about 3 million people. And we need to take these data into account. And last but not least, the population of Ukraine is absolutely not motivated to register their place of residence. If they do, we cannot expect that the registration data, even if we get it, that they will correspond to the reality. For example, a person might be registered in a tiny town, but she has been living in Kiev for 10 years. She's registered where it is comfortable for her, and there is no way to persuade her to do otherwise. Can we do without a census? Well, in theory, yes. But in order to do that, we need a number of registers of population, including regional ones. Secondly, by regions, I mean generally separate territorial communities. Secondly, motivation for the population to register their place of residence. We all know that in countries where the socially developed countries, they have social ID cards. Here in Ukraine, people lose nothing and receive nothing if they get registered at their new place of residence. Then we also need clear intra-agency cooperation. We have two codes, and I won't even tell you why it happened. But as of now, we don't have a clear transfer of information. For example, from the customs office, that a person has crossed the border. And when they get back, we need to know information about each person. If we have this information, we can calculate normally the scale of labor migration. But in order to do that, we have a clear cooperation between the agencies who are responsible for registers and between customs officers. The experience of highly developed countries attests that they needed to, they created this system of registers. They needed about 10 to 15 years. I hope that Ukraine will be able to use the best practices and to avoid those mistakes that had been made by those who did it first. But even taking this into account, I think that we can expect creation of a functioning system of registers. I think it's about 20 years. I doubt that we will do it faster. Just a second. I also would like to draw your attention to the fact that even if we have everything, if we have the system of demographic registers, there is information which cannot be taken from these registers. For example, the information about the ethnical composition of the population, information about languages. Probably it's not so important for mono-ethnical countries, but for Ukraine today, it is critically important. By the way, I'm absolutely persuaded that if we had reliable information about the situation in Donbass, about the ethnical, about the moods, and about the languages, we could have avoided this terrible situation. But in any case, in addition to the system of registers, for verification of these registers, we need to get back to the population. Why we cannot fill in the information vacuum by selective sampling polls? Because we cannot provide high quality information. We can only get that information from the census. The system of information registers, if we manage to create it, it would be ideal and we would have this opportunity. That is why it seems to me that censuses are so important, especially with registers. And now, who needs registers? You know, once a high official said to me that he asked ministers and nobody could tell him why his ministry needed census, why they actually needed it. Unfortunately, I only have one answer. Probably he asked the wrong people, or probably he asked the wrong question. Because our task is to tell each and every official, public official, that we need to carry out a census and that we need to use its information. It's not only about the central authorities, it's also about local governments and governments in amalgamated territorial communities, because they have absolutely no information. What kind of information is needed there? If we are talking about HR policy, at least we have to have information about the labor force propositions, and so on and so forth. If we want to have a proper migration policy, we need to have information about our labor force. If we want to develop a normally functioning system of budgeting and to define to define the amount of subventions, we need to understand which part of the population lives in the territory that would like to get subventions. If we are talking about a network of educational establishments, we have to have information about the number of school children of a certain age, and we need to have information about the languages they use. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to develop a policy, for example, in the Transcarpathia region, in Odessa region, even in central regions of Ukraine, it is important. Today, we are talking about the need to preserve the health of the population. In times of the pandemic, of course, it is a top priority for us. We need to create a system and network of health institutions. So please tell me how we can do that, how we can talk about reorientation of the system without census. We've been living in a situation for many years that pediatrics has been the most important part of the healthcare in our country. Right now, because of the aging population, we need to talk about developing geriatric healthcare. But how can we develop that component if we don't understand how many people of elderly age we have? Where do they live? We are also talking about defense of Ukraine in times of the war, of the aggression. This is a top priority for us, security and safety. But we don't know about the potential military component. It is also very important to have proper information to carry out a policy in a social sphere, in cultural sphere. We need to understand what kind of budget spending we need. We also needed to develop a family policy, regional policy, investment policy, development of amalgamated communities, but we have information. Why do population might need it? They need it because only reliable information can prevent manipulations. Manipulation during elections. And very often it happens. Census might be the only way to for an average citizen to get its information to the government of Ukraine. Thank you so much, Ella, for such a well-defined, for an excellent presentation. Of course, I am totally sure that every participant who joined us using Zoom and on Facebook, I hope that everyone won't be indifferent, because you helped us shape our vision of the importance of the census for every Ukrainian. And now let's move forward. For me, this is a great pleasure to invite to the floor, to give the floor to Stephen Vale, our Senior Statistics and Regional Council of the European Economic Commission of UN. Stephen Vale is is an excellent professional. He has been working with the Commission for 14 years, advisor, the European Commission of UN. He has been working at the National Office of Statistics of Great Britain. He's an expert in the sphere of modernization of traditional statistics, integration of data, using administrative, geospatial, and other types of data. So please, Stephen, the floor is yours.
So, thank you very much for the introduction. I will just share my presentation and make it full screen, I hope. Okay, so hopefully you see the presentation okay. And first, I would like to thank the State Statistical Service of Ukraine and my colleagues in UNFPA for inviting me to speak to you today, and also for the excellent series of webinars leading up to this conference. So, I'm working in an organization called United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. This is an organization based in Geneva, in Switzerland, where we have a statistical division of around 30 people who are working across many different areas of statistics. I'm responsible for coordinating activities relating to capacity development. But just to introduce UNECE statistics a little bit, on this slide, you see the perhaps traditional perception of Europe. And when we talk about the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, this is what most people would think of as our region. But the UN does things slightly differently. And actually, our version of Europe also covers United States and Canada, as well as all of the countries of the former Soviet Union, so stretching into Central Asia, and more or less the northern half of the Northern Hemisphere. But as a UN agency, our activities are also open to any UN member country. So any of the 190 countries in the world that are members of the United Nations. So in my presentation today, I'll actually be giving a few examples and a few ideas from this wider definition of Europe. So more or less a global Europe. But first, I'd like to say a little bit about what UNECE does in the field of censuses. So for many years, we've been facilitating a group of experts on population and housing censuses. And this group has meetings more or less every year, bringing together maybe around 100 experts from all over the world, really, and particularly from the countries that are relatively advanced in official statistics. This group of experts has various subgroups and task forces that work on different topics. So, for example, at the moment, we have a group that is working on guidelines for assessing the quality of administrative sources for censuses. And my colleague Fiona talked about that in the webinars prior to this conference. We also have a census wiki where we have all of the information coming from this group, and also a lot of useful information about the current round of population censuses and which countries are planning to use which methods. And on the right is perhaps the most important output of this group. Every 10 years, we have a new set of Conference of European Statisticians recommendations for the next round of censuses of population and housing. And here are a couple of other outputs from this group over the years that will be useful for Ukraine in the transition period towards a register-based census. We have guidelines on the use of registers and administrative data for population and housing censuses, and also a publication on register-based statistics in Nordic countries, which focuses again on the use of registers for population and social statistics. So what we can offer in UNECE are these resources and our networks of experts to try to help Ukraine on the journey to a register-based census. Now I'm going to just look a little bit at census history, and very, very briefly. One of the earliest mentions of the concept of a census comes in the Bible. And as we are in the lead up to Christmas, I thought this may be a relevant quote, that in the Bible, the reason that Jesus was born in Bethlehem and not in Nazareth, where his parents lived, was because of a census. In those days, people had to go back to the town where they were born to be counted. So I think that's a rather high burden. I don't think we could have that sort of census these days. Moving to slightly more modern censuses, perhaps the first ones that we would recognize as being similar to what we're doing today appeared in the 1700s. And here are a few dates. So Denmark, one of the first, around 1700. Sweden and Finland in the middle of the century, and Poland a few years later. But an interesting feature about these censuses is that they were at least partly register-based. So the concept of a register-based census is not completely new. Of course, in those days, it was not electronic registers. These censuses often used church and community records, so records kept by priests and other community leaders. Moving to the 19th and 20th centuries, this was really the era of direct data collection. So asking people directly to provide information. And this was done through sending census enumerators or sending census forms by post, and much more recently, internet data collection. And the picture on the screen is actually a census form completed in 1911 by my great-great-grandfather and also signed by him. It's actually the only record we have in our family of his writing and his signature. But it shows that at this time it was very much direct data collection. Now, the purpose of that short history of censuses is to show that censuses change over time. This is natural, and the move now to register-based censuses can be seen as the next step in the evolution of the population and housing census. And why this change? Well, any change tends to be driven by challenges and opportunities. And I just put a few of the biggest challenges and opportunities on this slide. We see rising costs of direct data collection. Also, we see falling response rates and challenges like Ella mentioned in the previous presentation about migration, internal and external. So actually knowing where people are to contact them, to provide information becomes more and more difficult. On the other hand, we see opportunities like new technology and new data sources that are becoming available. So bringing these together, the logical conclusion that many countries have reached and are reaching is that it's really a good idea to move towards a register-based census. Now, back to the topic of costs. I have here a small graph that actually comes from a training course I used to run some years ago with colleagues from Statistics Finland. And here we were talking about using administrative sources generally in statistics. But this graph shows the cost per person of population censuses in the UK and in Finland So you can see huge potential cost advantages. We also heard in the series of webinars how Poland has already made 50 million euros of savings by moving from a traditional paper-based census to a combined method. So they're partway to a register-based census, and they're also already seeing big savings. It's a similar story in Switzerland, 100 million Swiss francs, which is about 90 million euros of savings, were reported by moving mainly to a register-based census. I just want to also think a little bit about the other side of the coin, the value of census data, because it doesn't really matter what the cost is. If census data have no value, then they're not worth collecting. But several countries have tried to put a value to society of a population census. And there were two particular examples in recent years from Australia and New Zealand. And here, Australia found that they had $6 of benefit for every $1 they spent on the census. New Zealand, it was $5 of benefit for every $1. Slightly different methodologies, but also Australia would have some economies of scale, so that could explain the slight difference. But in both Australia and New Zealand, the censuses that they were costing were fairly traditional censuses. We saw from the previous slide that the cost of a register-based census could be perhaps 1/30th of the cost of a traditional census. So the return on investment could be 30 times higher for a register-based census. So here's a challenging figure at the bottom of the slide. Potentially, putting these different studies together, we could see a benefit to society of 180 hryvnia for every 1 hryvnia spent. Now, that would be an incredible return on investment, and I think that makes a very strong case for censuses in general, but also register-based censuses. Now, cost is not the only advantage, of course. Register-based censuses often bring better timeliness. They're quicker to run, to produce the data, to publish the information. Also, they give the possibility of more frequent data. So some of the countries that already have register-based censuses can produce census information on an annual basis. Of course, there is a lower response burden because you're not asking people for information, you're using information that already exists. There are various potential quality improvements, particularly because register-based censuses are relatively automated and it takes out the human factor, which adds inconsistency to many statistical collections. Also, an intangible advantage is that a register-based census can give the image of an efficient, progressive organization and perhaps more widely, an efficient and progressive government. So it shows society that the public sector is moving with the times. Of course, it's not all advantages. There are many challenges as well. And on this slide, I have a picture from Sweden. And their approach was to create 4 basic registers. One for population, one for real estate, one for businesses, and one for jobs and other activities. And to feed these basic registers from many other administrative registers, a few statistical sources as well, and then link the basic registers in a way that you can produce not only population census information, but also many other types of official statistics. Now, of course, setting up something like this is relatively complicated. It does take time, it takes effort, and it takes a lot of work on methodology, on data quality, etc. But the benefits from doing this are now being realized in Sweden and in many other countries. I will say as well that this approach depends very heavily on having common identifiers. So common identifiers for people, for buildings, for businesses, etc. And that also can be a challenge to introduce. So a few countries are starting to look at a potential alternative or complementary approach, and that is to see what else can be used to link information from different registers and different sources. And one idea is to use a geographic location. The picture on the slide is an adaptation of something from Australia, where they're looking to link many data sources by using the precise geolocation of buildings, of people, of businesses, etc. And this is a potentially interesting, useful way to supplement the use of identifiers when linking information. Now, the starting point for this work, of course, is to have an accurate location for all units. And this current round of population censuses is providing the ideal opportunity in many countries to get exact XY coordinates for locations, for people, for households, etc. And then the final point I want to raise is about the idea of national data ecosystems. And this is a relatively new term, sometimes also referred to as national data infrastructures. And it's about the idea of getting more value from data through digitalization, standardization, and integration. And here we're not just talking about censuses, we're not even just talking about official statistics, but we're talking about across the whole of government. And we're starting to see a number of projects in various countries to bring national data together for all sorts of purposes. And in some countries, data are starting to be seen as a key part of the national infrastructure. So like roads and railways, they have a huge potential value across government. Group of statisticians in our region, led by the head of statistics, who've been looking at the importance of this trend for official statistics. And they've concluded that data ecosystems provide many new possibilities for linking different data sources, creating valuable information for policymakers and the public. And of course, almost a byproduct in the big scheme of things is that this provides a very important source to learn from what they've done. Developing the necessary infrastructure is a big investment, but I think it's important to show that the benefit is not just for censuses, not just for official statistics as a whole, but for the whole country. And also we have these excellent examples of big cash savings and other benefits which we can realize in the medium to long term. And that shows a really good return on investment, which should be a strong argument when talking to politicians. So that's more or less what I wanted to present. I'd like to say dziękuję za uwagę And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you today. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Vale, thank you so much for such an excellent, comprehensive paradigm of register-based census. It was very exciting to get to know about the benefits, challenges, and the European experiences that you have just presented to us. Through those cases of the countries which managed to save money, they really impress, because in the medium and in the long term, we can use this same money to tackle other issues. So thank you so much for all the information. Thank you so much to UN Economic Commission for Europe for providing a highly professional support in organization of this forum. We would like to say thank you to another representative, Fiona Willis, who who played an active part in this process and who made several presentations. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. And now let's proceed, dear participants. Let me invite you to ask your questions during the conference. Please, you can write your questions in the chat box on the Facebook page, and we will be able to take them later. We have a Q&A session at the end of our presentations. Organizers will do our best to try to take as many questions as possible. So we will discuss everything. We will discuss all those aspects so that you would like to clarify with our speakers. And now for me, it's a great pleasure to invite our world-class expert who made a great contribution to this forum, Diana Beltadze, expert and head of the Census project in Estonia. Diana Beltadze is a national representative of Estonia at Eurostat. She's been working in this sphere since 2008. She has been the head of the relevant department in Estonia from 2014 to 2019. She has been working as a head of the register-based projects at the Statistical Estonia. She made a successful contribution to development of her country. Diana says that working with censuses is her daily life. So Diana, please, the floor is yours. Please tell us about the standards and norms of your European Union related to register-based censuses. Please turn on your mic. We cannot hear you now. Diana, your mic is off. Yeah, now it's okay.
Good morning. Good morning, dear online webinar participants, organizers, speakers. I feel honored to be invited to develop a short overview on EU standards, norms, and practices for register-based census. I am sorry I lost the presentation. It takes some minutes. I just would like to find it and share with you. Could you see it? Could you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much. So, Census produced the most reliable and geographically detailed countdown of population at EU level. And we know that census is very standardized statistical work, but still at EU level, there is need to re-examine some fundamentally new or profoundly more efficient approaches for census. Thus, using registers for statistics is changing, and as was said by previous presenter, Mr. Vale, and the face of statistical business, not only at national level, but at EU level, is changing as well. So, Eurostat welcomes the initiative using more administrative sources for census purposes. However, census should contain information on each individual statistical unit, for example, on each household, person and family. Actually, it is well known that to produce such practice based only on registers is possible for now only for 7 countries, but we hope to have more countries during the next census round who are going to present census data based on registers. So to produce the EU produce census statistics at the EU level, we can say that member states have possibility to develop different methods, and just they should consider what is best suited to the administrative practices and traditions of their own countries. And EU legislation upholds actually this diversity. In my presentation, I will highlight most important issues regarding register-based census, but actually we can't consider register-based census separately because actually all these requirements, rules, and norms should be applied to register-based census as for the other censuses. Start with legal framework. Then I will say some words about methods, requirements, and census quality, and of course about dimensions of data quality and what kind of plans we have for future. So to start, I would like to share with you this slide, and I put together all this, let's say, framework regulation, what we have to apply to censuses. And actually, what is very important, all of this is concerned with output harmonization rather than input harmonization. Member states are free to assess for themselves how to conduct their censuses and which data sources, methods, technologies are best in the context of their country. And actually, this gives to member states flexibility in line with principles of subsidiarity and of cost effectiveness in the line with competencies of the statistical office in member states. However, certain conditions must be met to achieve the objective of comparability of census data from different member states and to assess data quality. All this based our main regulation from 2008, number 763, the framework regulation of Europarlament and of the Council on Population and Housing Census. And what can be said that we have some updates for implementing regulations, and I would present them as well as regard of census. They are very important. As I noticed that after 2011 round census, implementing regulations for next census have been updated. The first, what is very important for us, it is regulation regarding the technical specification for the census topics variables and the breakdowns that are required to achieve Europe-wide comparability. The second is which lays down the reference date for the next census round, and it is 2021, as you know, and as well it consider let's say it consider as well methods which are very important at EU level. The third. Secondly, this regulation requires the data output transmitted by member states to the Commission to comply with census program statistical data and with a set rules on replacement of statistical data. Thirdly, it is very important for users' need purposes. This regulation describes requirement on quality reports and to ensure technical format to be used for transmission to Commission to Eurostat by all member states. This regulation requires the data to be transmitted in a harmonized structure and is internationally established as STMX format from every member states. And I would like to highlight another update. In addition to these 3 implementing regulations, the Commission has adopted regulation on establishment on temporary direct statistical action for the dissemination of selected topics of census geo-coded to 1 square kilometer grid. Legal base for that action are mentioned in framework regulation from 2009, and it was presented on my slide, on the first slide as well. So topics to be presented on the grids are actually the most important, let's say, because we should know the all about our resources, but of course it's limited. But regarding total population by grid cells must be transmitted by the end of 2022. As you see, there is a time gap as the other data should be provided for 31st of March 2024. And actually, it is very important to notice that grid statistics from is most favorable for our data users. So regarding methods, let's say census regulation from 2008 contains provisions on eligible data sources particularly in Article 4, that member states can employ to produce census statistics. They are very well known by you during this online webinar. It was considered not different time, but maybe the less unknown method is the seventh one, the rolling census. It is used mostly by France at EU level, and it is very special. So usually, as I told, additional census or combined census approach is used by EU countries. To start, I would say that it is stated in our regulations that choice of data source and methodology must meet the highest possible extent the essential features of population and housing census. And at the same time, it requires require member states to make efforts to improve compliance with these essential features. I hope I didn't lost sorry. I lost the slides, but let's say that these features are well known for as well. It is first of all that these features are put down by UN recommendations as well. And as you know, 5 essential features for censuses are, first of all, individual enumeration, simultaneity, and I would like to stress universality regarding register-based census, as data should be provided for all statistical units in a defined territory. And availability of data for small area and defined periodicity. I would now to highlight I would like to highlight the most complicated data requirements in census program that serves major policy needs of the EU. And I would bring out, let's say, problematic variables in census program regarding register-based census. First of all, as it was told very many times during this online conference, it is the most complicated to receive data on population based on usual resident definition. Regarding register-based approach, countries are also allowed to use at EU level population definition based on legal and registered residents. Because it is very difficult to apply the usual residence concept for data acquired from registers. Note as well that in case of register-based census, it's very difficult to cover variables like occupation and place of work. Without specific registers, it is impossible. There is a need to conduct extra survey or have field work. But in case of very small countries in EU, Latvia and Estonia were established employment registers to get this data not only for census purposes, but for censuses as well. But what is very difficult is that occupation, industry, and status in employment should be based on the same job. And for that reason, extra special register will be very helpful. And not only for census purposes, but for other statistical domains as well. Occupation, I would like occupation variables, I would like to say that there is a need to use ISCO 08 classification, and it is established that we should use this classificator for census until 2031. After that, ILO will revise this classificator. And for educational entertainment variables, I would stress that there is need for the next census round to use ISCA 2011 classificator, but I would say you that it is actually important to know that to find out students studying abroad, it is really difficult. You can have solutions based on the data exchanges or another solutions based on using administrative data sources for that group of students. Regarding households and family, I would say that member states shall apply the housekeeping concept to identify private households. Or if it is not possible, the household dwelling concept should be applied. Latter considers that all persons living in a housing unit to be members of the same household. In this regard, also homeless people should be enumerated. For housing census, it can be said the most complicated data set is from registers is about dwellings by period of construction, because poor data quality and absent of or missing that kind of data at state level. As you know, that usually we collect this data during censuses. So to sum up, legislation allows for a great flexibility with data sources and methodology. However, good practices and guidelines on using registered data at EU level provide to countries help as well valuable input for Eurostat to improve census production process and so in each country. So the next, I would highlight the census quality monitoring. And I would say that it is actually up to member states. Each country, EU country, should conduct a coverage assessment to estimate the under coverage or over coverage of total population of persons by sex, age, at least at low level. but the regulation does not stipulate any statutory method or threshold for such assessments. And it costs that this assessment is can be differ from country to country because using different sources for these operations. Member states should provide access to all information relevant to the quality of assessment. To repeat, EU legislation on censuses is output oriented. That's because you can see that the output quality of statistical data are established by Eurostat. It is in the middle of that slide. Regarding regarding input data or establishment of user satisfaction indicators, it is up to member states to develop appropriate methods and technologies. So I would not to say very much on dimensions of data quality, as these were considered by Mr. Erik Nort during these online webinars, but regarding these dissemination issues on assessment data quality, I would highlight that Eurostat assess the data quality of the data transmitted to the Commission. This in turn implies that the quality reports from the national statistical offices must enable Eurostat to perform this assessment. The provisions on the different dimensions of data quality are as follows. First of all, adequacy of data sources as an aspect of relevance, and what to say that that member states should report how the data chosen data source meet the essential features of census. Regarding comparability, the most important is to say that if member state use national definitions or some kind of practices, these should be reported as well. Timeliness and punctuality. Member states should report on metadata. It is absolutely obligatory. And about release calendars and major data revisions. Regarding coherence, in case of inconsistency issues of output, it should be reported by member states, and of course I would say coverage and accuracy was mentioned. I would just to say that this report should be presented on as well on imputations and deletion of data records and on coverage. to help member states with this practice in regulation is defined very very clearly the target population, estimated target population, and census population. And of course, the new challenge extra for the next census round is regarding of census output. First of all, we should get comparable data from all censuses, let's say so. But as you know, not only censuses and other things are in change in our life, but as very important data and information, for example, NUTS and low level boundaries in member states have been changed, and of course not to say classifications and definitions that has been revised or and of course another very important aspect is that EU program for 2021 census is revised as well when compared with the last census. What was the aim for doing so? It was to simplify and reduce the size of data to be transmitted, while at the same time keeping up with major policy needs of the EU. And let's say that at EU level, it was worked out even a tool for data transmissions, and the same tool will be used for the next round. And according to regulation, every member state should transmit 119 happy cubes. This we call this multi-dimensional cross tabulations sorted into 41 groups of data sets. And some words about metadata, as these are very important. Let's say that it is set that in regulations at EU level, every member state will see the content of metadata, what should it be, and what kind of expectations we have for topic related metadata, and finally, what kind of metadata are related to this 1 square kilometer grid data set out in regulations from 2017 2018, and I put these abbreviations and you can see how they are related to our main regulation, census regulation, in my presentation on the second slide. As regard of textual metadata, actually, textual metadata should be transmitted using a specific channel. All textual metadata will be collected using Eurostat standard tool for the collection of national metadata, and it is ISS metadata handler. And this slide will present for you the treatment of confidential data. And it is actually, let's say, new challenge for member states for the next census next year. Member states must suppress any numerical information if it is necessary to protect statistical confidentiality of the data. It should be stated ability protection of information. It is very well known from the last census. This method is than methods regarding total information loss for per years. Such they investigate efficient methods for, and you can see and members that project to develop for a more answer for member states. One what's work and still and this method aimed at overcoming the drawbacks of traditional suppression method. So to sum up, at EU level, we all extremely large data collection is, of course, provided for the use of our data users. But despite of that, we had to move or we had to plan new steps beyond the census 2021. And next step after census is to keep international comparability of censuses and census data, and also to ensure coherence with concepts, definitions used by other statistical domains or works, and existing time series in the field of population statistics at EU level. And what can be said that comprehensive redevelopment of European population statistics has been foreseen the next decennial census round, and this work is already started at EU level since 2016. In most member states, there is a move away from traditional decennial censuses towards increased use of data from administrative sources, allowing more data to be produced annually. and in more timely manner. As you maybe mentioned, that these data actually collected from registers or admin data sources are used not only for census statistics, but also for demography and migration statistics. So at EU level, the challenge is to respond these changes with a framework that maximize the benefits of using new methods and data sources, and at the same time taking into account different national situations with regard the current and likely future availability on the use of admin data sources. So I would like to introduce you that at EU level, the work is started to have another new legal framework. We called it ESOP, not only for census purposes, but for population statistics purposes as well. And to conclude, it is very at EU level, we have regulations, and once again, the focus is on census output, and the future is not to keep separate rules or standards for census purposes, but to provide coherent statistics on population issues. That is all what I wanted to say, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, dear Diana, for such a well-grounded presentation. Of course, norms, standards, and practices of the EU are vitally important for us. Also, we are very happy to have such fruitful results. Thank you for your expert support of the Statistics Service of Ukraine. So, dear participants, it's a great pleasure for me to inform you that Oleg Mykolaievich Nemchinov has joined us, the Minister of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Oleg Mykolaievich has big experience in the managerial direction. Before he took the position of the Minister of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, he was the State Secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Also, he has the degree of the candidate of the state governance. And also, I would like to say that the Secretariat of the CMU of Ukraine is coordinating the work of the Statistics Service of Ukraine. So, Oleg Nemchinov is supporting its activity a lot. So the floor is yours, dear Oleg Nemchinov. Thank you, dear Olena, for introducing me. I would like to start with greetings on the professional holiday that took place last weekend. I think that for any state, and including Ukraine, the Statistics Service of Ukraine is vitally important. As a person who has the degree in that area, I would like to say that statistical data, they are the basis for any scientific research. As for the topic of our today online meeting, I would like to specify that the census of population, it's an old experience. And if I recall correct, my university program where I studied statistics at the geographical department of Lviv University, 2,800 years ago, first censuses were held in the ancient Egypt. During thousands of years, of course, the technology of census was unchanged, but today we are to use such a powerful potential of register-based census. Last year, there was the event held that was assessed. It was the assessment of the population of Ukraine and also the pilot census, but it cannot replace the real census. Today, at the session of the government, the draft of resolution was submitted to start preparation for census in 2023, and it's an important step. So the questions that require important solutions and weight decisions, whether the information is of good quality in the registers, which indicators are to use, do we cover all population, and does it correspond to statistical requirements? Can we also the quality of administrative data, and will the outcomes be satisfactory for the end users? These are very, and the financial factor, which is vitally important for us because the government has faced many challenges connected with the corona crisis, and the financial matter is very important. Move to register-based census has a number of possibilities, and that is the decrease of the financial costs, also the reduction of the timeline for census and possibility to hold it more often than every 10 years. But despite the prevailing opportunities, there are also challenges, and that is absence of the common identifier in all registers, and the necessity to provide confidentiality and security of the registers. To fulfill degree of the president as of 29th of July on the events to improve the access to like electronic services and administrative data, the work has been started to hold the following census in 2030, and it's going to be register-based census. Because of the big volume of work, the government and the session of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine is going to adopt the draft law on the changes for a census, introducing the new method, which is register-based census. It's register-based census is our future, and we can't avoid it. The question is whether we are ready to take a step forward, and if we're ready to do it right now. The answer to this question is very obvious. That's why I have signed the joint statement on the target task force to design the project documentation to move from the traditional census to register-based census of 2030. Creating this task force involving big experts is going to be an important step on the way of holding register-based census in Ukraine, and also acknowledgement of its results, outcomes on the international arena. I wish all the participants of the conference a fruitful discussion and exchange of experience. Thank you for your attention. Your dear honorable Minister, thank you for sharing the algorithms of your actions with all the participants that shall be implemented to hold register-based census in 2030. But we are moving forward, and it's a big honor for me to give floor to the famous international consultant and a very active expert who has participated in all webinars and he has commented a lot, providing answers to all questions. And in fact, he is a professional in the sphere of census. Yen White, till 2014, has worked in the Office of the National Statistics of Great Britain and has participated in each census in England and Wales as of 1971. Right now, Yen White is cooperating with the UNFPA in order to prepare for future census in Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, and also Statistics Service of Albania. Yen has been an editor of guidelines on census for population and dwelling, and the key guidelines on the use of key principles for census. So, dear Yen White, tell us about the future of the census of population and what we are to expect in the future.
Okay, thank you, Olena. Your introduction was so good, I can't wait to hear what I've got to say. But it occurs to me that we're running a bit late. Do you want to take a break now and I will come back after the break, or shall I continue now before the break?
Я пропоную
I
насправді
suggest to make a break and then reconvene in 15 minutes at 12:10 and then start with your presentation.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
чудово, колеги, партнери,
Okay, then
оголошуємо.
dear colleagues, partners, we announce the break and we shall reconvene in 15 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Вітаю, вельми шановні учасники.
Greetings, dear participants. Let's proceed. So I hope that all of you had a small rest and that you're all now in the mood to work further on. So we have the international expert Jan White with us, and the topic is the future of census.
Okay. Let me just put this onto full screen. Okay. Well, I'd like to, well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to, thank the Statistical Service in Ukraine and UNFPA for inviting me to this conference. As I've been invited to the webinars before. What I'm going to tell you today is I'm going to cover a few. Let's see. Right, I'm going to cover my talk's on the future of the census, but I'm going to preface this with just a few words about the evolution of the census since 2000. I think I'm going to say a little bit about what's going to happen after 2030. I'm going to cover a few issues on the moving to the use of registers for the census. I'm going to say a little bit about big data. I know we've talked about it in the webinars, but I'm going to say a few words about that. And then at the end, I'm going to present my vision, the Ian White vision of the future of the census. Now, I say the Ian White vision because I'm now an independent consultant and not associated with any one particular country, although I still keep in touch with the UK occasionally. So I can say what I like, basically, and it gives me the opportunity to gaze into my crystal ball and tell you what I think is going to happen. Now, as Stephen Vale has noted this morning, and thank you, Stephen, for that great presentation. The methods adopted for collecting information on population and housing censuses have been evolving continuously over the past few decades in order to, well, adapt to changes in society, really, especially in public attitudes and behavior. And to reflect greater levels of mobility. And this is really in order to improve response rates, which have been falling traditionally in traditional censuses. It's to meet the ever-demanding requirements of data users. And it's been evolving to capitalize also on the opportunities offered by technological innovations and development, and particularly statistical modeling techniques. It is to take advantage of new or different wide-ranging data sources such as registers and administrative files and big data. And also, and this is quite important, to reduce costs. Now, as we've seen from the excellent presentations given in a series of webinars last month, most countries now conduct 4 censuses every 10 years, although some conduct them more or less frequently. And some are already using alternative methods based on population registers and other official sources of administrative data. But the unprecedented circumstances of the global COVID pandemic this year have no doubt accelerated this transformation in the method of collecting census information. The days of waiting a year or two for cleaned, quality assured, tabulated census data to be made publicly available may be coming to an end. As researchers and policymakers and other census users demand and come to expect short-time data availability with perhaps less insistence on 100% accuracy. This move away from the traditional census in UNECE countries in the first 2 decades of this century is evident from the profile of censuses reported by member states in a number of UNECE surveys on the 20 2000 and 2030 rounds. Now, the most recent of these surveys was carried out in September 2018 and was reported last year in a paper to the Conference of European Statisticians by the steering group, and it was presented at the annual Population and Housing Census Conference in Geneva. And this is the document here. It's published under the title New Frontiers for Censuses Beyond 2020. And I've borrowed a few phrases from that to present to you today. As can be seen in this table, some 35 countries, 2/3 of those in the UNEC region, conducted a traditional census in the 2010 round. This was at the time still the preferred methodological approach throughout the region, but you can see was less so than in the 2000 round, in which over 4/5 of countries adopted this approach. Among the other countries in the 2010 round, 10 were carried out by combining the collection of data through a field enumeration with the use of administrative registers. And this was double the number that did so 10 years earlier. And the number of countries that moved to a wholly register-based census tripled from 3 to 9. 10 years on, the continued decline in the traditional census is evident. Only 23 countries are now conducting or have conducted a traditional census in the current round. Now, while this is still the most prevalent single methodology, it now represents less than half of all censuses in the region. Some 13 countries have now adopted a wholly register-based census, while a further 16 have moved to a combined methodology. But what's going to happen after this round? By 2030, the world may look very different, and not only because of the COVID pandemic. The ability to collect information from a wider variety of sources, more rapidly, more efficiently, and with minimal direct public involvement, as Stephen Vail so well described this morning, is increasing all the time. Knowing this, citizens may rightly wonder why so much time, effort, and money should be spent on asking them to complete a questionnaire, often the same questionnaire, every 10 years. Now let us look again at some of the results of the recent UNEC survey. The broad overview is that for the 2030 round, 23 countries report that they plan to undertake a wholly register-based census. This now represents half of all countries that responded to the survey and shows a clear shift in data collection methodology. Now, the majority of countries who plan to move to a register-based census in the next round will do so from a position of having already laid the foundations with the use of administrative data to a varying degree in the 2020 round. At the first webinar on the 8th of November, Fiona noted that at a task force meeting in Geneva, I asserted that no UNEC country would be carrying out a wholly traditional census in the 2030 round. Well, despite this prediction, the recent survey suggests that at least 2 countries do not yet plan to move away from this tried, safe, and tested option. But let's see what happens, shall we? Now let's look at some of the key issues. As has been discussed by Stephen this morning, when a country decides to move from a traditional census to a register-based approach, either directly or via a combined methodology, it is normally part of a strategic decision by the Statistics Office to develop or adopt a register-based statistical system, which is at the center of national statistics production. Now, such changes are often associated with a generalized rethinking of the overall statistical production process, including the frequency and timeliness of various statistical activities, not only the census. This paradigm shift will also be reflected in the reorganization of the census production and this is important, the necessity for staff to acquire particular skills and capabilities. However, moving to the exclusive use of registers or partial use of administrative data for the census in the future may also require substantial rethinking of the definition of population bases and the key concepts to which the census data refer. Now, I'm thinking here in particular of deciding on the population base and the concept of usual residence, the challenges of measuring future migration patterns, and in particular, the recognition of the concepts of circular or pendulum migration, the definition of a private household, even the distinction between core and non-core topics, and the relevance of some of the fundamental principles of universality and simultaneity. Now, unfortunately, time does not permit us to look at these key elements of the census in any detail today, but perhaps we can briefly consider how they may need to change in the light of the sources of data that may become available in the future. So let's have a quick word, first of all, about the population base. Now, the choice of a population base is a feature of paramount importance in the census, and Diana referred to this earlier. In addition to meeting national needs, there is also an important demand for an internationally harmonized population base in order to ensure that at any one time, mobile populations are counted as being resident in one country and one country only. But this is not easy to achieve. Diana noted earlier this morning that within Europe, for example, countries use different concepts for defining a resident population for the purpose of the census. Some use the internationally accepted concept of usual residence based on an established period of actual or intended stay, usually 12 months. Others adopt the concept of legal residence, where the legal population, sometimes referred to as the de jure population, is defined as those persons who are entitled to be settled in the same country as at the census reference time. Now, this entitlement may be either by holding national citizenship or by some other authorization issued by the national authorities. Those countries where registers are used for the census may instead choose to adopt a registered residence concept, in which the population base comprises of those persons who are listed in one or more registers at the time of the census, whether or not they are living actually in the country at the time. Looking at the production of future population statistics, the European Union and Eurostat have been exploring other different concepts for defining a common population base, such as the actually resident population, the legally present population, the annual resident population, and most recently, the recognized population. Now, I'm not going to describe and define here all these terms, but instead I can refer you to an excellent paper by my old friend and colleague, Giampaolo Lanzieri, that was last year presented at the annual UNEC meeting of census experts in Geneva. And the details are on the screen here, and I would recommend you read that. It's pretty good reading. But a particular difficulty in determining place of usual residence that is unique and internationally consistent is the proportion of persons or households who may be staying in more than one home during the course of the year. The concept of a single permanent residence may be difficult to determine, where a population becomes more mobile and where the permanent residence, however that is defined, may change over time. Now, to reflect these increasing changes in population behavior and to ensure relevance to data users, it may be necessary in the future to register a secondary residence in addition to the permanent residence, if this is used regularly for a period of time, the length of which could be determined by national or local needs. Now, the UK, for example, collects information in the census on any secondary residence if the person stays there for more than 30 years of the year, 30 days in the year. Now, this residence could be, for example, on a military base. It could be a weekday residence near a person's place of work. It could be a getaway retreat in the country. It could be a student's term time or home address, depending on where the student is actually enumerated. It could be a second parent's address if the parents are living apart. Or, and this is quite common in the UK, of course, it could be a winter holiday home in Spain. That information is then used to assign persons to the correct place of usual residence for the purpose of the census, regardless of where any person may regard themselves as being resident. But why do we care where people usually live? Obviously, there are plenty of answers, such as because we need to know where to build roads, schools, hospitals, supermarkets, and where to provide rubbish collection and broadband servers, and where to employ teachers and doctors and things like that. It is quite likely that future censuses, rather than striving to develop complex rules to determine which of a person's many locations should be recorded as their usual residence, we should instead collect people and allocate people to multiple places of residence to reflect more accurately the way they divide their time and the use of local services. Now, these scenarios are particularly relevant as examples of what is now referred to as circular migration, where a person moves repeatedly between two or more different but well-established residences. The phenomenon is more usually associated with the movement of migrant workers, where this is either across national borders or between urban and rural areas. Where such movement between two locations is not only regular but frequent, it is often referred to as pendulum migration. Now, increasing trends towards transnational migration and residence patterns make the international coordination of censuses both more challenging and more important in order to avoid either duplicating or under-enumerating persons that move regularly between countries. And these challenges are no more easily resolved when using registers as the source of migration information. And to reflect this trend, UNECE have produced this publication, Defining and Measuring Circular Migration, to help countries to better measure the extent to which existing international migration patterns have become more or less circular over time, and to evaluate policies aimed at facilitating or restricting such migration. There is therefore a need to establish an international statistical definition of what circular migration is and how it can be measured and compared between different reporting countries. However, my own personal view is that a snapshot count of the population taken at any singular point in time is not an ideal way of collecting information on longitudinal phenomena such as migration. I suggest that in the future, capturing details of complex migratory patterns will present the census with even greater challenges if there is an increased reliance on registers as the primary data source. Now, as Diana has noted this morning, equally challenging for future register-based censuses may be the identification of households as traditionally defined. With a traditional approach, the household would be identified on the basis of a range of questions and concepts applied at the time of the enumeration. However, the concept of an economic household, as distinct from the number of people living in the same dwelling, often does not exist in administrative data sources and needs to be constructed somehow. Most administrative sources contain information about individuals, but the relationship between them often needs to be derived, as it may not be readily available. Moreover, the concept of the household may also differ from one country to the next, or even between different population groups within the same country. Such differences in concepts result primarily from rules about where to include children in shared custody, students living away from home during term time, people temporarily away at work, and people temporarily living in an institution, such as a hospital. To take account of these examples where they occur, various statistical methods may need to be applied to derive or estimate the required household variables. Now let us take a look at one of the key definitions of a census, and that's simultaneity. Information on individuals and dwellings in a census should normally refer to a unique and well-defined reference period, thus fulfilling one of the defining requirements of a census. This is to ensure that no one is counted twice in two different places or missed altogether. However, the use of various data sources in the production of census counts can often result in different reference dates or periods being used that may or may not match the reference date of the census. This may make it difficult to choose the most appropriate source to produce the counts. One source may have a reference date that is similar to the proposed enumeration date, but might also suffer from significant weaknesses. Some of these weaknesses may be overcome by a model-based approach, such as nowcasting, which is a method of exploiting information from a large quantity of data produced at different frequencies and with different delays in publication. Now, the model originated in weather forecasting and is now very commonly used to predict economic trends, but it can also be applied to register-based populations. But as the majority of countries move to partial or full register-based methodology, it may be necessary to review the essential features of the census in the next version of the UNEC recommendations in order to better align with the imperatives of the new approaches. Instead of attempting to adjust figures to arrive at a common reference date using complex models, future censuses may do better to accept this range of dates and relinquish the idea of simultaneity. But if we do this, and if we make all the other changes that become necessary as a result of using registers as the source of data, are we really carrying out a census at all of the type that Stephen described? And if not, does it really matter? Now, I'd like to just say a few words about big data. An even more radical rethinking of the concepts and definitions of the census may be necessary in countries that decide to use big data as a means of supplementing or even replacing administrative data in the production of census outputs in the longer term. Indeed, many statistical offices are already exploiting such sources for many of their statistical programs, such as the use of mobile phone data to monitor commuter and other transportation flows, and the measurement of daytime and nighttime populations. Use of credit card scanning and other transactional data in the production of economic statistics. Use of satellite imagery for geospatial analysis and in environmental and land use studies, and in the measurement of urban growth. And the use of social media such as Facebook to estimate demographic and cultural profiles such as age, ethnicity, and language spoken. Though big data may well be used to validate census data derived from registers, will it ever provide a viable source of information for direct use in the census in the longer term? Whatever their use, the information obtained from these sources will undoubtedly present new challenges compared with the using registers and administrative files held by government sources. For example, big data sources can produce large amounts of timely, sometimes real-time data, usually generated at a minimal cost to the provider, but which require new tools, methods, and expertise to capture, manage, and process the data in an efficient way, which may not be within the competencies of the statistical office, and may therefore need to be done in cooperation with or outsourced to academia or the private sector. Use of estimation approaches may be required in the production of multivariate outputs. Different methods would be required for topics with varying degrees of missing data, as will often be the case when using multiple data sources. The information may not be accompanied by adequate metadata, making it more difficult to assess the quality or the completeness of the data source. The inherent concepts related to the files may also not be consistent with the data that is available from some registers or the information collected directly from respondents. There is usually a cost involved to the statistical office, sometimes a substantial cost, in obtaining the data from commercial sources. And finally, in order to use such data for statistical purposes, the public and users must find the data acceptable, and a legal basis has to be developed if it is not already available. So in summary, the statistical community needs to adequately address these issues pertaining to methodology, quality, technology, data access, data protection, privacy, management, and costs, and to provide a clear business case with adequate cost-benefit analyses before venturing into the relatively uncharted territory of big data-based censuses for the future. So, what is the Ian White vision for the long-term future of the census? Well, before I speculate, let me just remind ourselves of why we carry out such a complex operation as the census in the first place. Now, to help us do this, I will tell you about the circumstances that led to the first UK census carried out in 1801. The late 1790s were bad times in Britain. There was a changing attitude in the country towards population growth, and in particular, there was concern about the potential effects of the increasing numbers of the poor and the public burden that this would impose, and on the need to import increasing amounts of food, particularly as the result of a series of poor harvests during the 1790s. I may just add that if we don't get a trade agreement with the EU, this could be a problem next year as well. Thomas Malthus had just published his famous essay on population in 1798, in which he postulated that globally, the exponential increase in population would soon outstrip man's ability to increase food production. And to make things worse, the onset of the Industrial Revolution was driving population from the countryside to the major cities in search of better employment, leaving fewer people behind to grow the food necessary to feed them. And in 1799, Napoleon seized power in France following the French Revolution. And fearing a war with France, the British government were desperately keen to know the number of men who were of fighting age who could be conscripted into the army and navy. Now, there was no system of civil or national registration or migration control at the time, and the only information on births and deaths available related to the records of baptisms and burials that were kept by the Church of England clergy. And as these did not relate to the increasing numbers of nonconformists, they were incomplete. So the only solution to determining the size of the population directly was to carry out a census, as had been done in the United States in 1790, and as we have heard in several European countries earlier in the century, notably in Denmark and Iceland. The point that I'm making is that the census only became necessary because of the lack of any other reliable source of information about the size and constitution of the population. And at the time, this was pretty much the same in every country in Europe, in the world, in fact. But that is not the position now. Today, modern technology has allowed information on every one of us to be recorded in tens, if not hundreds, of different registers or administrative files. And the only challenge to the statistical office is bringing these together to enable the sort of high quality, small area, multivariate analysis of the population and housing that is the hallmark of the census. So the questions we must ask ourselves are, why do we need all this information anyway? And if it turns out that we can collect this information by other means than the census, Will that be acceptable to our users? Now, the UK has already suggested that its 2021 census may well be the last in its present form. And in Eurostat, as Diana has noted this morning, plans are already underway to collect demographic data from countries on an annual basis rather than through a regular decennial census after the 2031 round. My guess is, therefore, that as is the case now in countries such as Sweden and Netherlands, where the concept of a census is no more than a fading memory, if that, the rest of Europe will follow suit in due course, and that a 10-year census, whether derived from questionnaires or registers, will be supplanted by more regular, but perhaps less detailed univariate statistical outputs, as and when they are required by users. Maybe we can even envisage a time in the not too distant future when the UN will not need to make a global resolution that all countries should conduct at least one census in the following decade. In the meantime, let us look forward to a successful and important traditional census in the UK, in Ukraine in 2023, and leave the future to look after itself. And with that thought, I thank you.
Дякую, Ієне, за настільки інформативно та змістовно насичену презентацію.
Thank you, Ian, for such an informative presentation, for such a well-grounded, long-term vision of the future of the census. And I can assure you that, of course, we have been listening to your presentation very attentively and with a great curiosity. And we noticed the dialectic nature of this matter on the future of the census. So indeed, it cannot be predicted the future without knowing the past. That's why it is very important to understand the evolution and those stages that the census has gone through and those trends that we are observing on the results of the rounds of 2000 and 2010, where we can see there's a tendency to the combined format, and those intentions that we see the countries that have announced for the future rounds of the census to use the mixed one and the registered based one. But we have to move on, and with great pleasure I would like to give floor Yuri Matic, Director from the Directorate of Development of Digital Infrastructure, Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. And Yuri is a highly qualified specialist in the area of the information safety, and also he is an expert in the communication sphere, and during the past 7 years from working from the regional development to formation of the state policy. And he's going to tell us about the development of the digital infrastructure and his experience in this area. So dear Yuri, the floor is yours. Thank you, Elena, for such a wonderful introduction. I'm really happy to meet all of the participants at our today's session. So I have to share my screen, right? I'm the one who does that, right? Yes. Okay, thank you. One sec. So in the Minister of Digital Transformation is responsible for the development of the digital infrastructure, and any work in the ministry we do with the understanding that our task is to create the most comfortable state in the world. I will inform you today about our goals on the development of the digital environment, some achievements and problems that we are to solve.
Ось наші стратегічні цілі. Усі державні послуги до 2023 року мають бути трансформовані в цифровий формат і надаватися онлайн. Ми вважаємо, що якщо послугу неможливо отримувати онлайн, значить її не існує або її цінність нікчемна. Покращити доступність інтернету. 95% населення матимуть доступ до швидкісного інтернету, до фіксованого швидкістю 100 Мбіт на секунду та до мобільного з мінімальною швидкістю 2 Мбіта на секунду. 6 мільйонів українців мають покращити свої цифрові навички.
6 million Ukrainians have to improve their digital skills, and we want to improve the role of IT in our GDP to 10%. Jumping on the opportunity, I would like to share my achievements, our achievements. We have started implementation of social project to cover the territory of Ukraine with mobile internet. We have reformed frequencies between the mobile operators. All operators of Ukraine have turned their capacities back to Ukraine. And starting from the 1st July 2020, we have started creating these networks. Application DIA or Action has been launched. More than 5 million users use it. Now they don't have to carry their ID cards, their passports, technical passport, driver's license, tax number, or social security number with them. They only can have a smartphone with DIA app. DIA portal provides the opportunity to open business and to open banking accounts, to exchange digital documents. When a child is born, you can write an application in the maternity house, and all of the information about your baby will be digitalized thanks to e-Malatko or e-baby. The education portal, digital education, allows education online. Today, it is difficult to imagine our world without internet. This is the basis need of each and every person. We consider that mobile and fixed internet shall be available all over Ukraine. The draft law on electronic communication, it is stipulated that access to internet becomes a universal service, which is guaranteed by the state to each and every citizen of Ukraine. Official statistics related to internet access is provided by mobile operators to the state, although some mobile operators avoid providing such statistics. That is why, using modern technologies, the Ministry of Digital Transformation have evaluated the presence of fixed internet and mobile internet in different cities and towns of Ukraine. So here on the slide, you can see the results of this research. Almost 6 million people who live in the countryside don't have access to fixed high-speed internet connection. Almost 4 million don't have technical possibilities to get access to the internet, and 1.5 million cannot access internet because of economic reasons. Here on the slide, you can see the current situation with lack of access to internet in the villages of Ukraine. Those regions marked in red are those regions where more than 50% of people cannot get access to the internet. In those regions marked in pink, this is where from 35 to 50% people cannot get access to internet, and only in 2 regions of Ukraine the level of access to the internet is excellent because there is only 7% of population who cannot access internet. As for the mobile internet, starting from the 1st July 2020, 3 key mobile providers of Ukraine have started covering Ukraine with 4G. It is called the frequency coverage because it provides better access to the internet. Up until 2022, every internet provider shall cover more than 90% of the population of Ukraine with mobile internet. Until 2023, such opportunity to get access to the internet shall appear on international highways, up until 2024 on national roads. We are working with mobile providers of Ukraine to so they provide internet along the railway lines. On this map, you can see those yellow dots. This is where LTE 900 appeared starting from July 2020. We receive this information from mobile providers every year, and we publish it on the website of our ministry. In August 2020, the government has approved an action plan to improve the quality of mobile internet. We define technical parameters, instruments to how mobile operators stick to these requirements. But there are some peculiarities. For example, let's take a look at the village of Novoselitska in Zhytomyr Oblast. Its area is 47 hectares. According to, there are only several dozens people living. So according to the licensing requirements, they don't have they don't have to provide internet. But near these villages, there is a national road, so they need to put internet there. As you see, just a second. On the right-hand side, you can see different fields and forests. On the left, which is far from the road, you can see a lot of houses. In order to define whether internet shall be put here, we need to define not only the area of the entire village, but the area of the living area. We hope to get information from the State Service of Statistics, relevant information about it. Coverage of cities and towns. We need to get to know the number of population in regions, amalgamated communities, and settlements. A list of inhabited settlements which make part of the region, district, and amalgamated community. The limits of the borders of these territories, also types of settlements, as well as borders of the non-inhabited districts. In order to evaluate licensing conditions, we need to understand the length of the roads, all over the country, in every region, in every oblast, in every city, town, and village of Ukraine. Official statistical data are the basis and the necessary component to evaluate achievements by the Ministry of Digital Transformation, as well as to evaluate the access to internet by internet providers. We hope that the State Service of Statistics of Ukraine will provide us with such an opportunity so we can tackle all the issues, all the discussions between with the mobile operators, and they don't have there is no discrepancy in interpretation. So let's make the country digital together. So thanks for your attention. If you have any question, please do ask. Thanks so much, Yuri, for your information, for your presentation. As of now, all of our participants know what awaits us in the future. And we also know that statistical data is the basis and the integral component to evaluate achievements
А ми рухаємось далі.
And let's move forward. We have a very interesting topic waiting us ahead. We as organizers try to have a comprehensive approach to our work, to our conference. So let's take a look at the census from the point of view of users. Let me give the floor to our next speaker, Tatiana Tyshchuk, head of the projects at Vox Ukraine, Kiev School of Economics. Tatiana is the head of the expert council at the Statistical Service of Ukraine and plays an active role from the point of view of civil society in many initiatives and projects of this department. She has worked as a senior fellow at the Institute of Economics and Forecast of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and she's an MBA in economics. So Tatiana, please, the floor is yours. Please tell us about the register-based census in Ukraine and tell us how it can satisfy the needs, meet the needs of the users. Can you hear us?
Окей,
Включно
дякую.
і чути.
Добре, дякую. Я дуже рада взяти
I am very happy to take part in this event. And my speech will be aimed at telling you what we as users, what expectation we as users have from the upcoming census, whether it is based on registers or not. And I would also be grateful if my colleague helped me and better understand what things related to distribution of data we shall advocate. Probably Ian will have such an opportunity because we take a closer look at the experience of British and we think it is very relevant and interesting. But probably you can help us and you can explain us whether we properly interpret your standards. Just a second, I will share my presentation.
Скажіть, будь ласка, чи видно?
Can you see my presentation?
Ми бачимо презентацію.
Бачите, добре. Тобто ми зараз всі користувачі наразі.
Okay, so today we all users in Ukraine, we have been living for 20 years without a census. And I would like to provide you with a couple of facts which demonstrate how deep is this problem that we don't have relevant data. So this is what you see on your screen. This is a picture that shows us the discrepancy between data in the amalgamated communities in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have had a reform of decentralization, so local governments now have more responsibility, and they need to understand how many people live on their territory of these communities. It turns out that many local governments have carried out parallel estimation of the number of population. They got data from the State Statistical Service of Ukraine. And on the other hand, they wanted to calculate the number of population using their own local registers. So right now, on this slide, we used comparisons by program Dobre related to the number of population. We see that in many communities, the discrepancy is quite significant. Why is this a problem? Because right now the state calculates subventions to these local governments using the data of the State Statistical Service, according to the data which are built on the census of 2001.
And in fact, the communities, they can feel that the subsidies are given to them unfairly. The state service, I'm demonstrating which work we are to do so that our users had information to make the decision. And it is only the problem of one category of users, and those are local authorities. In general, I would like to quote the official whom Ella has quoted, who said that ministers said they did not use census data, and right now, in fact, the problem is that they really aren't using them, because of course they're using data of other surveys that are built on the basis of the census data, but maybe they don't feel it as much as the census is important for them. And even when there was a question on whether we have to make census this year or should we replace it with just assessment of the quantity of population for registers, but in our information bubble, support to conduct a census was huge, but beyond the limits of the bubble, this topic wasn't relevant, and many users did not fully support that in this format census is what cannot be postponed for 10 more years. That's why in my report, I would like to dwell more on possibilities census could have given to our users and how we could try to spread microdata of census. And I know it's quite a complicated and controversial matter for all countries. I have studied regulations by Eurostat which say that this question is still for consideration of countries, and correspondingly each state is making their own decision. So I would like to tell you my own thoughts that we as users would like to advocate in Ukraine, and on which positions we would like to stand, and we can actually check to which extent we can implement them in our conditions. According to guidelines and recommendations by UN in 2017, there are several principles for microdata spread, dissemination, and it says that they are really reasonable to be used for statistical goals or for analysis goals if it doesn't contradict the legislation on protection of confidentiality. Another principle, the second principle, lies in the fact that microdata are to be accessible for statistical and analytical goals, but not accessible for administrative ones. And this principle defines limits between what can be interpreted as statistical goal and what can be interpreted as administrative goal. So statistical is when we are trying to find certain laws for some group, and administrative goals is when one specific person can benefit or lose something or fail as a result that this data will become known. And accordingly, there must be a tool to differentiate, so which aim or goal of data use is. And from what we have seen in the guideline, we can say that there can be some ethical commissions if question is disputable. Third principle the microdata principle is to be compliant with the protection of the confidentiality of personal data. And right now we would like to find out whether in this law it is defined, some norms are defined on dissemination of microdata, and to find out the mechanisms in the law from the point of view of protection of confidentiality. So, I mean, how these norms can really be compliant with our legislation on personal data protection. And the fourth principle states procedures for access of researchers to microdata are to be transparent and accessible. So everybody is to know, like, when they can use this data, in which case they cannot use this data, what is the procedure, which steps are to be taken by this or that national statistic body to obtain data for analysis. So these things seem to us very important for discussion, since questions of providing this data is arguable in many countries. So we are to see how we can solve it in Ukraine, but we definitely have to discuss this. We shouldn't ignore this question. Moreover, I would like to repeat, it is important so that we can disseminate data and more people can work with it, because in this particular case, it will be popularized you know, in this way, because until people don't work with data, they can't feel it and they can't judge what it helps to see, then users will not know what to require. We have checked the approaches in many countries, and so far, a very well-grounded and multifaceted set of data we managed to find in Great Britain. And we saw that there are three approaches to data provision. I mean, no, three possibilities. The first one is the open data and that is 1% random selection, so which is open teaching data, and it can be loaded in the format of CSV, Nestor, SPSS, and Stata. And so they are available in these formats, and in any statistic package you can work with them. So if we could have such files, we could popularize work with data and decision making by the government on the basis of evidence in the way so that teachers could provide some assignments or tasks to students, and students would be able to work with them more and feel the value of this data for decision making. Second approach, second form of providing data, I have translated this way, that these are safeguarded data available under license. It's a possibility to obtain 1 out of 2 selections, and these 2 selections are not overlapping, which is important from the point of view of the confidentiality. Each of these selections is 5%. First is regional file, where there is a full set of socio-economical indicators, and the second set is with a smaller detailed information on the age, but with the bigger one, geographical data. So either bigger region and bigger data, or but not disaggregated by smaller regions, or smaller region but with less data. So in this way, it is compiled to be confident the data are confidential. And access to these two selections is given only to the accredited users and who gave their who have signed, you know, like agreements of non-disclosure. And it's important that this accreditation procedure of researchers are to be transparent. And the principle of accreditation in many countries is in place, and you can also use it. And finally, secure data is the third one. These are the data which consist of 10% selections which are not overlapping and which contain several variables. As you can see, for one region, it's 258 variables. For 5 million persons of another region, it's smaller because the population of other regions is lower. And another file with the data on the households. And also these are data that can be available for the accredited researchers. Currently, us as users find we realize all the responsibility the statistics service has in front of the respondents for to preserve the data confidentiality. And we understand that it is very important from the point of view of trust to the department on the quality of data and also compliance with the legislation. But it is also very important for us to find the solution that will allow us to give more possibilities to users and popularize our data and the decision making on the basis of this data. So to sum up, I would like to say that it is very important for us so that census were conducted by use of the modern means. But right now, as users, we just are interested in having census. And when it will be conducted, we want to be able to provide better access to these data by users and also in compliance with our legislation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tatiana, for a very interesting speech. And I would like to emphasize that we are very happy to have this active cooperation with the civil society, including you, and for your help in providing expert comments and analytical information that we obtain from your side. So we can draw conclusion that census can satisfy needs of users on the basis of registers. So we are to move forward in the way of our innovation format together with partners and civil society. I am convinced that we can already state many successful projects and initiatives that were lately implemented, and I'm sure that ahead of us there is a lot more that is going to also be efficient and that we can fulfill and implement together. Thank you, dear panelists and participants. Right now, we have, all our keynote speeches are over. And as the Minister of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, Mr. Nemchinov, said today, the joint statement has been signed. So now I would like to give floor to the head of the Statistics Service of Ukraine, Igor Werner. So he would introduce this joint statement, and he will tell us about challenges and future plans. So, Igor Yevgenyevich, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, dear colleagues. It is with great pleasure that I present our document. Just a second. So this is our joint statement. I will be reading it in Ukrainian. And I hope that our colleagues will hear the interpretation. Joint statement. 4th November, 9th December 2020. Understanding that census creates valuable and often unique information about population of Ukraine, including the number of population, its demographic structure, age structure, and many other parameters, geospatial distribution, conditions of life, and other important social and economic characteristics for different levels from national to local level. Taking into account that using concise and accurate data is critically important for efficient governing, shaping state policy, developing action plans, decreasing risks, response to crisis situations, carrying out programs of social welfare, social research and analysis of markets for the business. Taking into account that to monitor 98 out of 230 goals, the characteristics of goals of sustainable development, supporting the government of Ukraine in modernizing the national statistical system, development and integration of administrative resources with electronic e-governance solutions, spreading the culture of using data and digital transformation of public services in Ukraine, supporting the government of Ukraine in its desire to base all public policies on data, on factual data, including the policies of regional development and decentralization, the fight against corruption, and making sure and ensuring efficient use of public resources through easily accessible data, taking into account your integration processes in Ukraine and the fact that more and more European countries use digital registers and other administrative sources of data as additional or even the sole basis for methodology of censuses using a recommendation of the UNEC of the round 2020, adopted by the Conference of European Statistics, as well as using administrative data and registers. In 2018, those who signed this joint statement declare their commitment to act within their mandate in order to improve collection, analysis, and distribution data of the population in Ukraine, including in the following directions: to join a working group which will be responsible for developing a comprehensive project document to transition of Ukraine from traditional to register-based censuses based on rounds until 2030. To take part in development or provide advices and commentaries to the concept of the project which will be presented to the government of Ukraine, to make contributions to the events of the working group, which might include communication, participation in its communication and meetings, to promote and advocate development and improvement of administrative data and use of this data in public and private sectors, shaping the culture of use of data and digital transformation of the Ukrainian society. The joint statement has been signed by Oleg Nemchinov, Minister of the Cabinet of the Ministers of Ukraine, Igor Werner, Head of the State Statistics Service of Ukraine, Jaime Nadal, a representative in UN of the UNFDP, FPA. So dear colleagues, my congratulations with this event, with this joint statement. At the level of the country, for the first time ever, we have declared creation of a working group which will help us move forward into this long road that Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, has assigned the decree number 558 that we need to carry out a register-based census. Thanks once again to all the participants, to all the speakers who joined us, to all the people who signed the joint service. This representative, Mr. Stephen Vale, thank you so much. Fiona Wallace Nunez, thank you. representatives of the state statistics of Netherlands, Erik Schulte, Nordhold, thank you. International advisor from the Great Britain, Ian White, who, by the way, as all other participants, took an active part, a very active part during all the webinars. Thank you so much, Mr. White. Jose Cervera from the State Statistics, a representative of the Digital Transformation Ministry, Alexander Zakusilo. Thank you so much to all those who joined the working group. I call on all experts who took part in our webinar and in the current online conference to join signing of this joint statement. It will be sent out to you in electronic form. And if you have such the opportunity, please join our working group. Thank you so much. I hope that together with the working group, we will hold a steering meeting where we will set out the goals of our cooperation. Of course, it will be online because of the pandemic, but I hope that the format will change soon, and I hope that we will be able to work out a mechanism of our cooperation. Thanks for your attention. Thanks a lot. This is an important step forward, and we expect for productive results. We expect the start of our work within the nearest future. We develop, we improve our country, we use new innovative ways. And now let's proceed to the Q&A session, because we only have about 20 minutes left. I would like to thank all the participants without telling their names, though. So summing up, thanks a lot. On behalf of all the speakers, a big thank you to our participants. Thanks for their speeches, thanks for their presentations. There were a couple of questions related to the presentations. Yes, of course, we will publish all the presentations. And it is unexpected that we already have several volunteers who offer their help in carrying out census. Thank you so much for your position. And now I will ask Alexander. Alexander, please share your screen. We have a question about postponing censuses because of the COVID pandemic. Our colleagues from the UNECE provided us with a link to a list of the countries that postponed their censuses because of the pandemic. Now you will have a QR code on the screen. If you want to see a list of those countries, please take a look. Please scan QR code and you will get a link to a web page where you will be able to see the list of those countries. So thank you so much, Alexander. So the first question was from a Facebook page, because I have a question. What legislative acts and normative acts should change in Ukraine so we can carry out a register-based census? Dear speakers. Okay, I will take this question because this is mostly my responsibility. Today, Oleg Nemchinov, in his welcome speech, has already mentioned that the State Statistics Service of Ukraine has already prepared a draft law, a draft of changes to the law on the census of Ukraine, which has been submitted to the government. The government is now doing all they need with this document. So I hope that in the nearest future, changes to the law of Ukraine on all Ukrainian census will be transferred from the government of Ukraine to the parliament of Ukraine. I hope that the parliament of Ukraine will take into account the importance of this step and will make a decision to make amendments to this law. A key innovation of this draft law in Ukraine at the level of legal framework, we have had only two methods of censuses. The first method was a method of oral or written answers. And now we have another method using data which are in national electronic resources. This is exactly a register. So this is the key innovation. And I hope that the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine will make their decision and will adopt this draft law. This draft law is critically important so we can continue moving forward and set the legal framework. And then you also know, I've already mentioned today that there is order number 558 by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, which has started work to carry out so-called electronic census using registers. We have a plan, we have a governmental plan to carry out this order. There is a huge work being done by our colleagues from other departments of the ministry. A huge effort is invested by the Ministry of Digital Transformation, which is responsible for providing the comparability of registers and doing their best to carry out this register. They also want to introduce PIN code, which is a PIN code, which is important for this work. So thanks to all the colleagues who work with this. I see Yuri, he is here with us. Probably he will add to what I just said. Yuri, are you with us? Or probably other speakers want to comment on that. Please, you are welcome.
Yes, can I just add a word to what Igor has just said?
Sure, welcome.
Hello, I just wanted to say there are two ways of approaching the legal side of using registers. You can either make a specific law to produce your census with registers, or more commonly, what happens is that the statistical office itself may have a law which allows the use of registers for any purpose that is the responsibility of the statistics office. So you have what is in effect a statistics act rather than a census law. And the amending the statistics law, you say, well, whatever duty or service provided by the statistics office, they can use a register, and you have your law to say that it applies to any service or duty provided by the statistics office. Now, if the census happens to be one of those responsibilities, then the census is automatically covered by the statistics law, and you can do it that way. And many countries do that. Obviously, the census is very particular in that it is mandatory, it is compulsory. There are penalties for not applying for not complying with it. But statistics offices, and this is what goes back to what I was saying earlier, the use of registers by the statistics office is usually part of a statistics-wide change of emphasis, so that it isn't just for the purposes of the census that registers are used, but for any purpose that is the responsibility of the statistics office.
Thank you so much, Ian, for your comprehensive response. Ми рухаємось далі. Наступне запитання.
And we move on. Olena, I beg your pardon. Mr. Vale also wants to add something. I'm sorry, but I would like to comment and add a comment to what Yen has said. Dear Yen, I would like to inform you that in fact in Ukraine we have two laws, a special law that regulates all Ukrainian census, and there's a law on state statistics that the amendments for which have been already developed today, and it has been changed and it will have a name, the law on the official statistics. It is fully based on the code of norms of European statisticians, and it implements the main norms, the generic law of unofficial statistics that were developed by UN. And among one of those norms, there is access of State Statistics Service of Ukraine to all registers. Thank you for such a relevant comment and for giving me the possibility to inform my colleagues on the amendments. This law has already been publicly discussed. We have included some amendments to it, and it is being on the stage of approval, and I hope that very soon we will also submit it to the government of Ukraine to include it to the government. And it also regulates the access to microdata. And it's an important matter that has been discussed by Tatiana Tishuk today, because unfortunately right now, even definition of microdata in the current legislation, current law on the state statistics is missing. So thank you, dear Yen, so much one more time. And right now, I would like to give floor to Stephen Vale. Thank you, Igor Evgenievich, for your comment. I would also like to add, yes, that the UNECE have provided an expert support to develop this law, and Stephen Vale has participated in an advocacy webinar that took place in September. So the floor is yours, dear Stephen.
Thank you. Yes, it was just briefly to say that both Eurostat and the UNECE have reviewed the draft statistical law, and both organizations confirmed that it was fully in line with good practices in our countries, and it's fully compliant with international standards. And just to confirm as well that we think it does give the sort of powers that Ian was talking about for access to administrative data. So we very much welcome the introduction of the new statistical law, and we hope that it will actually become a law very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for your comment, and we are moving forward. Отже, наступне запитання.
So the next question. I'm wondering on the priority directions on the way to register-based census in Ukraine. So the question is on the priority directions on the way to register-based census. Welcome, dear speakers.
Maybe I can start a little on this. I think really the starting point is identifying all of the potential sources. So in my presentation, there was a very detailed diagram from Statistics Sweden, where they had identified all of the administrative registers that they wanted to use in their statistical system. So that, I think, will be the first step. Of course, once you've identified them, then there is an assessment phase, assessment about suitability, quality, etc., and also an assessment about how easy it would be and what would be needed to be able to link those registers. There, the discussion about common identifiers is very important, and the possible alternative that some countries are thinking about with geospatial location. So I think that the key is that initial inventory of what's available, how it can be used, and also what's missing, because you may find, you probably will find, that there are some gaps, and then there would be a need for discussions with the relevant ministries about what might be possible to fill those gaps. So that's my suggestion on a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for sharing with us the formula of success in this regard.
Can I?
Вельми шановні панелісти, можливо, ще у когось будуть.
Dear panelists, does anyone else want to comment? Oh, yes, dear Jan. Yes, you're welcome.
Yes, please. If I could just add, as Stephen's quite correctly, I've always jotted down. I have almost on my desk a 7-point plan for countries planning to use what they should do before they use a register-based census, and these are the points. And the first one is what Stephen said: thorough assessment of the quality and viability of individual registers. So you make an assessment, even before you decide to use any data, you make an assessment of the register. Assess user and public acceptability. It is no good using a register or a system of registers if the public and the users don't find it acceptable. You have to establish a legal framework. Well, I think that's been well established already. You employ suitably qualified and experienced staff. And I made this point in my presentation. The issues and the problems and the processes are totally different from a traditional census in preparing the data. You need specialist staff to be able to do that. You have to establish a good relationship with the data owners, an ongoing relationship, so that must be established. You must have a PIN. Well, some countries would say you don't need to have a PIN, but I think you do need a PIN to be able to link the registers. And this is important, countries should adopt a step-by-step approach. Don't try and do it all at once.
Thank you very much, Ian. Оскільки ми трішки
we are pressed for time, our honorable participants, some of the participants have a very tough schedule. So if you allow me, I will change the agenda, the program a bit. I will invite the representative of the UN, of the UNFPA, Honorable Mr. Hyman Nadal, head of UNFPA and co-host, co-organizer of this wonderful forum that has been going on for almost 6 weeks. So the floor is yours, dear Hyman Nadal.
Thank you very much, Olena. And thank you very much for giving me the floor. Indeed, I have to move on to another event, but I didn't want to leave without expressing again our thankfulness, our gratitude to all the experts from UNECE, from Eurostat, Ian White as an independent expert, also the experts from member states, from Ukraine. I'm very happy that we had this very interesting, audience made of government, academia, and civil society taking part from Ukraine. And I think we've got to a point where we have a repository of good practices and lessons learned. We have a network of experts who have been lending their support to the organization of this set of webinars, but that are subscribing this joint statement and will hopefully continue providing their expert assistance as we embark in this journey. We have also the political leadership as expressed by Decree 558, the presidential decree, and also the statistical law that Minister Nemchinov indicated that is in the making. So I do believe that we are coming to a point where we have an alignment of stars, if you so wish, in order to set the country in the path to conduct, whether it's a full or partial or combined registry-based census in 2030, that we will see. But at least the country is ready to embark in a process of modernization of the way it compiles population data. With the conclusion of this set of webinars and the conference today, we are basically starting the work. I mean, this has just set the stage for something that needs to happen. We need to systematize, we need to distill all those experiences. We need to come up with a project. We need to projectize what needs to happen in order to make sure that we know where we are heading, but we know how to get there as well. And I'm very happy in particular that by doing so, Ukraine will be joining the rest of European countries in terms of transiting from traditional methodologies to the more state-of-the-art methodologies that are being implemented in many neighboring countries. Let me again reiterate all the appreciation for all those who have been have made this possible. I want to also announce that for panelists and for experts, we'll be sharing a number of several certificates and tokens in appreciation for all the work that has been done so far, but also in a sense in terms as a token for the work that remains to be done, and signaling the expectation that we will be counting in the future with their participation. And let me just reiterate from the side of UNFPA how much we look forward to working, joining Ukraine's steps and all of you in this new and exciting journey. Thank you very much, Yakub. And well, we are together. So we'll be in touch in the coming weeks and the coming months in order to make this happen. Thanks again. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We are forever grateful for our fruitful cooperation, and have a great day. А ми повертаємося до серії.
And we go back to agenda Q&A session. So the next question from our participant on Facebook. She would like to find out about the necessity of implementing institutional changes to move to register-based census. Dear speakers, I can start, I think, and then dear panelists or colleagues can give us more advice. But on my behalf, I would like to add that in the State Statistics Service of Ukraine, as of June the 1st, 2019, it was created a separate unit to hold census of using the data from the national electronic resources. So we have created the unit that is going to take care of census on register-based census. This is only first step, and it gives answer a bit on what on what Jens said, dear Jens said, and dear Steven said. So on the professional experts, we are preparing this unit, and we hope that further on it will be developing even more actively and take part in cooperation with the register's owners.
Will have the key function to carry out this register-based census. So there are institutional changes in the state service, but probably we need more. So probably our speakers who have more experience, probably they will advise us what kind of changes, what kind of necessary changes in other institutions we need. Thank you. Thank you so much, Igor. Dear speakers, probably any of you would like to comment on this question?
Well, yes, I'll just reiterate what Igor said. Yes, you do need a team of people that are dealing with the transformation of collecting data traditionally to a register-based system across the whole of the statistics office. It isn't just the census, it's for other surveys, other data collection operations as well. And what the UK have done, and the UK has come to registers quite late compared with some countries, they've created what they call a transformation team. And it's transforming the whole philosophy and attitudes of the whole statistical office to using data collected from registers rather than from surveys and questionnaires. So that is really how you do it. Once you've made the decision that you want to do this registers, you want to use registers, you then create a team that transforms the whole of the statistical service operation and not just the census.
Дуже дякую, пане Єне. Фактично ми...
Thanks a lot, Mr. White. We are actively moving in this direction. Thank you. Diana has a comment. Diana, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. I just would like to add to previous speakers that in the preparation stage, the most resource demanding is the register-based census. Compare other census. I'd like to say it is not possible to do it by the way doing traditional census and prepare for register-based census. Checking the quality of many registers and if necessary to improve it, it is a very, very big challenge and demanding human, technological and financial resources. And at the same time, and prepare juridical support, all necessary laws or agreements with data registers owners or admin data source owners, and technological support to create environment for data transportation, checking, linking, and saving, archiving, and that means that it can't be different from other statistical domains. I would like to say that preparation stage of register-based census also a big amount of methodological work to prepare all kind of test and test algorithm for getting census variables from collected variables from registers. Also, the case of register-based census, usually it is not necessary to compose or check census populations that needs special methodology. And I would say that can't be underestimated the resource needs from IT specialists and the other experts. I know that, yes, in one hand, it is very easy to conduct register-based census, but most complicated phase is to prepare register-based census. You can use old structure of your organization for a while, but actually there is a need to have a good vision what kind of data should be used, not only for census purposes, but for population statistic purposes, other domains, and to create that kind of environment and organization that you gain these goals. Thank you, and good luck for this work.
Thank you very much, dear Diana, for a very detailed and well-grounded comment. Thank you. Вельми шановне панство, можливо, ще будуть бажаючі серед панелістів.
Dear friends, maybe some of the panelists would like to take this question to add your comment. If not, let's move to the next question. It is the following. Are there any state standards related to administrative registers, and how do we make sure that the quality of administrative data are on top? Please, who wants to take this question?
So I can just briefly mention part of the answer anyway. I don't know about state standards for Ukraine. But as I mentioned at the start of my presentation, there will be some new guidelines coming out next year from a task team that is looking at how to assess the quality of administrative data for population censuses. And this is made up of a group of experts from some of the top countries around the world. That should be due out, I think, around about the middle of next year. So hopefully that will be useful for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Stephen. We are very much looking forward to reading those very much highly anticipated guidelines. Вельми шановні панелісти, можливо,
Dear panelists, any comments on this question?
Так, будь ласка, пані Діано.
Thank you. I would like to comment just that there are very many standards actually according to have registers or establish registers and to have good quality. And actually there are very many standards as well for quality management of registered data. But the biggest point for this regard is that it is very hard to implement because it is very huge work and demand a lot good cooperation with between data owners and statistics users. That means that what kind of quality you need, you should ask or require from data owners. And if they agree, you are very lucky and you can continue to improve your data for statistical purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Diana. Any other volunteers?
Я хочу додати трохи, я не знаю.
I would like to add, I don't know, maybe Yuri cannot hear us now, but I would like to say that of course there are a lot of standards. Why I was silent up until today, because it's actually not the task of our service to tell you about standards. But I would like to say that in Ukraine, we have developed and we have submitted to the Parliament of Ukraine the draft law on public registers on Ukraine. It has gone through first reading in the Parliament. This draft law is related to creation of a single system of registers in Ukraine. I hope that this law will pass the Parliament of Ukraine and that a legal framework will be created for further development of this sphere. It is a comprehensive legal act which not only sets conceptual framework, but it also includes some technical aspects, including creation transport database, creation of infrastructure for registers, which sets requirement for registers that have been created, that are being created, and that will be created. I hope that the State Statistics Service will be able to use the results of implementation of this draft law with the purpose to carry out next census. Thank you. Thank you so much, Igor. Do we have Mr. Macek, Yuri Macek? Yeah, we have him with us. So please, Igor wanted to give the floor to you. So we had a question about the quality of data, quality of registered data. Are there any state standards related to administrative registers? How do we ensure quality? Are there any standards? Well, this question is quite a broad one because every register has its own limits that are might not be consistent with each other. So we are now working on making them consistent. At the previous meetings, the previous webinars in this series, representatives of our ministry gave a lecture, gave a presentation telling about the problems related to synchronization of these registers. It is a long and lengthy work, and we need to do it in 2021. If you remember the declaration of the President of Ukraine, that to 2021, 21st September 2021, Ukraine shall not have paper documents, that Ukraine shall go paperless. This is the deadline that we need to aim for with our registers as well. As for the second, I haven't heard the second part of the question. Can you please repeat it? So the second part of the question, how do we ensure and control the quality of administrative data? I think this is a global question today, which is related to how registers work and how they can be used today. Of course, this process shall be automatized. There shall be different tools to check this data, to verify this data. I don't want to dig deep into these details because it is outside of my scope of responsibility. I am responsible for infrastructure rather than data, quality of data. But I want to make sure that there is a work going on in that direction, and we will see the results, I hope, quite soon. If this question needs answering, I can refer it to those people who are directly responsible for answering it if you need. At the end of my presentation, I provided my email, so you can send this question and I will forward it to the person responsible, to the deputy minister who is personally responsible for that. Thank you. Thank you, Yuri, for your willingness to provide support and to cooperate with us. And now let's move forward. And the next question is to Igor Werner. How the activities of the working group will be organized? When the work will start and when we are waiting the results? Thank you. Well, first, it will be our joint working group. I hope that we will have support of the UNFPA. I hope that they will help us organize our first steering meeting. Everyone who will join the working group will take part in this meeting. When we know the composition, the final composition of the entire group, we will organize our first meeting where we will set forth our action plan. But I would like to say that this action plan, we will see the results of this working group when we will see a road map. And of course, I will report that.
And we will involve the representatives of the digital ministry, and we will report on the current state to have the possibility to draw a more detailed milestone for move in Ukraine from traditional to register-based census. But I would like to pay your attention again that in joint statement, there is an element that the outcomes, the findings of this task force will be presented to the government of Ukraine. Today, Oleg Mykolaievich Nemchinov said about said that at the session of the government, they will consider or they revise the law on the census, and it allows us to revise work of inter-agency work of the task force. And right now there's a necessity to revise also the staff composition it is comprised of, and the results of work will be reported at this interagency task force, and on certain acts and plans will be adopted on the basis of their conclusions or outcomes. Defining the responsibility of certain ministries and agencies, but right now we see this mode of work. I cannot give you the timeline so far because of the pandemic, and because the task force is incomplete, but I hope, since we are pressed for time, I hope that we are not going to postpone this, and I hope that in the nearest session, if we manage to organize, given it is the 9th of December today and ahead of us are Christmas holidays, then in the following year, I hope we will manage after Christmas holidays to analyze the first session of this task force. I hope that I did answer the question. Thank you. Thank you, Igor Yevgenovich. So, dear participants, due to the fact that we are already extending the time, let's take the last question. So the last question is, does the fact that Ukrainians do not register the place of residence often impact the register-based census move? And then if so, then how can it influence the move to register-based census? The fact that Ukrainians do not always register their place of residence.
Maybe any international experience. Yes, Diana, please.
Thank you. I would say that it will have a huge impact if they don't have that kind of culture to register their own place of residence. And it is huge problem actually, not only in Ukraine, but the other which were connected in somehow with previous territory of USSR. And what kind of impact it will have? First of all, you will have a structure for households which will not reflect the reality, and it is it will be the biggest problem. And another one, all data on migration topics from censuses won't reflect their reality as well. And that means that you should have start somehow. It is a precondition that register data will reflect the reality of residents. No matter what kind of concept will be used, but definitely people should register their own residence. And if they have one or more of them, all these places should be registered because statisticians can use different data sets. It is not a problem, but if you miss this information, I can say that the quality for census will be very poor, and you cannot provide data which are very expected from data users. That means that yes, if you foresee that kind of problem, please start with establishment of legal framework for state registers, where will be adopted obligation to people to give their data which reflect actual place of residence. It is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Diana. Maybe any other volunteers?
Yes, I'd like to add something to what Diana said there. She's absolutely correct, of course. The idea of having a singly defined place of residence, however you define it, and my presentation describes some of the different ways you might define usual residence, but you must have the same definition used throughout your census, throughout the country. Now, the reason for this is twofold. One, as Diana says, so that everyone is included, so you know that someone can't be in two places at once. But it's also because the census presents data at small area level. This is the value of a census. This isn't just national figures, it's local figures as well. So everyone has got to be assigned to some geographical place. Now, the definition of that geographical place may be different. I was suggesting that the census should collect multiple addresses. This is of value because you can then produce your data from the census on different definitions. You can have a daytime population or a nighttime population. Now, the nighttime population is usually where people spend the night, which is usually where they're resident. But the daytime population may be completely different in some areas because people work in different areas to where they live. So place of residence is one way of collecting data and presenting data, but you could also collect data and present data using different geographical definitions of location. But even a single place of residence, the definition, and I've suggested, is likely to change. This intention to stay in a place for 12 months may not be sufficiently clear when we transfer to a register-based census. We may decide that the internationally agreed definition of residence may well have to change.
Thank you, dear Jan. Indeed, very constructive approach and comment. Any other comments, dear panelists?
Давайте я додам.
Can I add? Yes, Igor Werner. Yes, I would like to thank to dear Diana and dear Ian for such wonderful comments. And on my behalf, I would like to say that in Ukrainian language, the word registration has at least two dimensions. In our infrastructure building, the first dimension is registration in registers. It is connected with the presence of information on person in registers, because somehow with some records in these registers, for example, the single demographic register that we have in our country is the basis It's the base, the register of population for Ukraine. Unfortunately, it does not contain today, it's very young, and it doesn't contain records on all citizens of Ukraine. And that way, the rest of registers are young, and they have been created recently or established recently, and they do not have information on all citizens. And this refers to education and even health protection. Even in the registers of declarations, not all citizens of Ukraine are present, or part of citizens did not conclude agreements with the family doctors. And that's why this is the first dimension, the registration in the register. Second dimension is the registration, is the geographical registration. So where does person reside? Because often people can reside in suburbs, and live there for temporarily, for example, and then after they lost their jobs, they can go to big cities, but they rent some dwellings without having the possibility to officially register it. And so they are living or residing in another address, not the one they are registered. And it's a big problem for Ukraine because it's really difficult for us to assess these demographic processes when people stay registered on the old place of residence because they are either not willing or do not have the possibility to register for a new place of registration where they are renting the dwelling. And I think this is one of the key challenges for Ukraine in preparation for the future census. And the decisions have to be made we have to probably do some, explanatory campaign to tell people that if they register for them to register where they reside. Maybe we'll even have to change the national legislation to do that. But this question for census, on the register-based census, is the key one, because if we do not know the exact place of residence of a person, we shall not be able to get verified information on the distribution of population per geographical indicator. And we shall not be able to build this grid per 1 square kilometer because a person, in fact, in our registers, shall be accounted in another place. So for us, this is the key question that I hope we shall use during the meeting of the task force, and we will include into the roadmap, with the advice of the international experts, because we have seen very interesting presentations during our webinars. I remember the presentation of the Spanish colleague who told about the experience of usage of registers of amalgamated communities in Spain. We also have such register in Ukraine. Maybe we can borrow their experience. So there exist many solutions in the world. Unfortunately, we don't see them all, but I hope that thanks to this task force, we will manage to, in a more detailed way, to establish this milestone for Ukraine on the move from traditional to register-based census. Thank you. Thank you so much, Igor Evgenievich. Dear participants, colleagues, and partners, unfortunately, we lacked time and we had a very active and interesting discussion, and I hope that all of you remained happy with the provided answers. They were very grounded and multifaceted. Unfortunately, I can't ask all questions because we are already ahead of time. And I will move to another question that we heard during all webinars on the materials of the forum, on the results or outcomes of forum. That's why I give floor to Igor Werner to present the repository of our materials, because we had to take care so that each of you had all the materials connected with this forum. The floor is yours, Igor.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Now in the chat, I will send you a link to a web page where you will be able to get all of the materials of the conference. And I will show you briefly what we have here on this website. If you open this link, you will see the experience of different countries who provided their materials. We also had presentations during the forum. So you have materials to each webinar, on presentations of online webinars, today's presentations as well. You will be able to see here. This resource also contains links to video. It also has our joint statement, a link to a legislative framework of different countries. It also has a very important link reference. In this folder, you can find guidelines. So thank you, dear colleagues, for providing us all these guidelines. You see here two very important guidelines, UNSC guidelines on RBC. They will be important for all the participants of the webinar, those who were involved in conferences. There is a Russian translation of these guidelines of the use of registers and administrative data for population, house and censuses. There are also recommendations of the Conference of European Statisticians for the 2020 censuses of population housing. Taking into account lack of time now, I won't tell you everything in detail. So you can see here a guide to all of our events. Taking into account that we are behind our schedule, please use all these information, all these materials, and I hope that in the future we will continue our cooperation with the UNFPA. That we will find an opportunity to publish all materials of this forum next year. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Igor. Let me remind you that we send links to this depository to all the registered users. Let me remind it to you. You can see the link in your chat. I will ask our technical support. Alexander, please show the QR code on the screen for our Facebook users. Dear Facebook users, please scan your QR code using which you will find all the information about our conference. Let me also remind you that all videos of our webinars are uploaded to our Facebook pages, to our YouTube page. So if you're interested in watching once again our webinars, you will be able to find them at any time you want. Let me remind you that our online forum related to register-based censuses is ending. It has lasted for 6 weeks. We have had 6 technical webinars and 1 online conference. We are very grateful to you for being with us. We hope to continue our cooperation. Have a nice day. Take care. And dear colleagues, on behalf of the State Service of Statistics, I would like to thank all the panelists for the significant contribution that you made into preparation of webinars, into our online conferences, because this is a valuable experience to Ukraine to see and to hear experts on such a high level, to see how other countries have come all the way from traditional censuses to register-based censuses. Thank you so much. And I also would like to thank our interpreters who also did a very important task. and enabled everyone to hear interpretation from Ukrainian and in English. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Дякую.